Hopefully that aircon sounds not too bad. I'll just test it in Twitch quickly. If not, I'll turn it down. Yeah, it's not too bad. Hopefully that's fine. I'm just gonna see if this increases the microphone a little bit. No. That's alright. Alright, today, I think we've got these fellas and this guy, which I snapped one of the spikes by accident, but that's okay. So we'll do the normal, get the burgundy and the silver and the bronze sorted for these guys and just see how we're going on time. I've got a little bit of a different setup at the moment. It's a very precarious setup. So we've got the the webcam on a tripod that is being supported by a chair on my desk on the edge overlooking the paint area now. So I'm hoping that's a little bit better for people. I'm going to just have maybe manually focusing the camera because the autofocus can be a bit tricky. It doesn't like to focus. But if we do it ourselves, it's fine. So we'll probably be doing that for the moment. Alright, let's get some red on old burgundy on these guys. Yeah, this should be fine. But we're getting to the end of summer, and the relentless heat is back again, so the aircon is on a little higher today. Hopefully we are spared and this summer doesn't extend too far out of its actual season this year, but we'll see. Good evening, Servant and Nurgle. Nice to see you again. Yes, I was just saying that, well, for me here, it's an hour before midday. It's 11, and we're struggling in the heat, so the AC is on just a little bit more than usual. So hopefully it's not too much of an issue. Move that to there. How are you this evening? snowstorm. Oh, I mean, I am quite fond of snow, but I know that a snowstorm is not good news, so hopefully it's not too impactful. Hopefully the weather forecast is not as accurate and you get, you know, a milder snowstorm or no snowstorm. Anywhere from 5 to 12 inches. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be quite a lot. Apart from mountaintop snow, the only place I've lived that it snowed is England, and I don't even think they measured it in inches there, because it was so little amount of snow, just enough to cover the ground and settle on the ground. You've been doing any painting recently or modeling, or just chilling? Yeah. Working on two great unclean ones. Wow, okay. Is that for any particular reason, or like for army reasons, or is that just because you wanted to try two different styles? Or for two different armies, maybe? How to run them in my conquest? Oh, conquest, nice. Yeah, that'll be fun. Are you far into the conquest, or is it something that's just started up? It starts next week. Okay, nice. Because I'm at one that's at the tail end. We had planned to do 4 games, and then we will probably just do a friendlies at the end, just to kind of tie it all together or tie it all up. But that's a 2v2 campaign, so Chaos versus an assortment of Marines, Dark Angels, and Raven Guard versus my Nurgle and Khorne. Yeah. A lot of toughness. Yes, sir. That is the Plague Marine way. I assume it's for Death Guard. I don't think you can take the unclean one in any other army. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yes, ours took place on one planet with different strongholds, which has been fun. GUO is only for Death Guard. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. He can be built in 2 different variants, though, can't he? There's like the Great Unclean one, and then there's there's a variant or two variants. Yeah, Rodagast, that's it. So how many points are you doing for Crusade, and are you building up, or are you starting at like a max, like a big army? I have over 4,000 points already painted. Hell yeah. So you've got 4,000 painted, but are you playing all 4,000, or is it you know, because for ours we started at 500 and went up by 250 each round, which I think, I'm not sure if that's the full proper rules or just our house rules. Depends on my opponent. Okay, so it's opponent based, yeah. So it sounds like there's quite a few of you then playing. Is it like run through a store or just through friends? Like a game store. Yeah, nice. $50 players, okay. Well, I can see why you might need 4,000 points to play with then, because you'll never know what opponents you're up against. So you have a bit of flexibility, which is good. I've been playing Death Guard for the last 3 years. Okay. So you've had time to accumulate 4,000 points worth of models. It wasn't a big purchase for this conquest kind of thing. I'm not entirely sure how many points of Death Guard I have. I definitely have enough for 1,000, because that's what I'll be playing next weekend. And that is not including my Terminators, which I think is another, 200, 250? And then none of the named characters. It's probably another couple of hundred there as well. So probably definitely got close to 2,000. Oh, and then Mortarion, who's 350, something like that. I don't know, I might be wrong on that. Haven't actually looked at his points or... Yeah, 380. Yeah, so I could definitely get to 2,000. And do you know who your first opponent's gonna be? Or they haven't drafted that yet? Find out on Wednesday. Alright. Is there anyone that you would like, or is there any army you would like to fight first? Or are you pretty confident against everyone? Yes. Yes, I played a game of Kill Team on Tuesday, and I think I rolled probably six times in that game. And I don't think I rolled a single save. Having said that, I was playing orcs, and their saves are 5s and 6s. But I don't think I saved... I think I might have saved once. So I understand the dice as being mortal enemies. Oh. Yeah, I feel that. Yes, not that charges get changed by movement speed, but having the slow movement speed and then having to rely on slightly longer charges because you can't move that extra inch in your normal movement phase, and then rolling poorly as well just makes it feel even worse. Just Shroud have a great ability to deep strike 6 inches away from an affected unit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking them in my next kill team next week. So I'll get to test that ability, and hopefully it doesn't fail. Just got to choose the right targets. In 40k, take a Lord of Contagion as the leader. If he gives the unit lance and sustained. I'll have to have a look. I mean, I'm sure you're right. And I haven't submitted the team just yet, so I'll have to see if I can fit him in. But yeah, that would be definitely a good option. To get that sustained hits on a charge. On a successful charge, and give him. Oh, and the 4+ feel no pain. Yeah. Interesting. He's 120 point character. Yeah. Because he might. Can he be attached to the shroud? To the shroud terminators? Because I might. I don't know. I might be able to do that. Because I increase one of my battle lines to have another 10-man squad. So I might be able to knock that back and then add him in. I'd have to see if I can squeeze that in. But that's a good idea. Do I even have that model? I mean, I have proxies, but... Oh, I have the old one. Yes. Interesting. Well, I say I have the old one. I have the old one. But it was definitely not a purchase through GW. But speaking of 3D printing... And my justification for that is they don't sell them anymore, so if I can't buy them, I will buy everything else until they don't. Look, if they want to resell him, and if they do end up selling him as a print on demand model, I will absolutely buy it. But they don't sell it, so I can't purchase it. And I have mixed feelings about the redesign. But it's not finished, but we got some paint on this guy. So it still needs a few more layers on the lava bits because it's a bit patchy, but the rocks came out really well. Let's refocus. I have to manually focus this because the auto doesn't pick up. I'm going to drop the light down a bit. And then the tail as well, same thing. Let's bring that. There we go. So at least I know that it paints up well, which is good. Now just deciding on whether the size is good or whether I make it a little smaller just to reduce, hopefully to reduce the print time, obviously, because it'll be smaller, but also reduce the amount of prints, because at the moment it's still 3. Like I can't get the base and the head on one print, and the tail and its base can be printed on one print. But yeah, it's we'll just see, because it's pretty big, and it's supposed to be a boss. You know, it's supposed to be a boss monster, and I'll just take it off its base. But against like the normal size fella who's about Terminator size, like, it does look like a boss. It is a boss size. So you can sit there. Yes, with painting though, I mean, how many years, like how long have you been, see, because you've been collecting Death Guard for 3 years, but how long have you been collecting and painting for, if you don't mind me asking? Same amount of time. Yeah, see, although haven't been playing the, I haven't been playing the game on and off. I've been playing the game on and off, so I probably don't have the same I probably have the same total experience of game knowledge, but fractured like you. But I've been painting since I was 17, and now I'm 37, so that's at least 20 years. And I think I've been painting for longer than that, so let's add another 3 on that and say 23 years. So don't feel bad for your level of skill, because it just comes over time and practice. The thing is, if you could do the hobby perfect out of, like, within the first week, it wouldn't be a hobby, right? The whole point is to learn and get better. Even if it takes a couple of years. Yeah, I didn't mean to assume that you felt bad about it, but when people say, "Oh, you're painting so good," it's like, yeah, but it definitely wasn't always like this. I promise you that. It's been 23 years worth of practice. You know what though? For tabletop painted miniatures, in some ways I don't disagree with that painting style, painting on sprue, because I know you'd have to touch up a little bit when you cut stuff off, but you will be able to paint every single part of that model. And it's a lot easier to do things like dry brushing, because you can hold the sprue easily. So I'm not 100% against it. It's not something that I've ever done. I'm more of a put together and then make my life difficult and try and paint around the model. And although I didn't do it with these guys, I would have painted them in at least segments. So like for this guy, I'm pretty sure you could have kept him and the mount separate, painted them, and then put them together. That's how I normally do it now, but these were all glued and put together years ago, and that's why we're at this stage where they're a bit of a backlog for me. Touch ups after glue and Death Guard aren't meant to be pretty. Yeah, exactly. Have I put up any of my Death Guard? I'll see if I can find one that's finished. None of them are actually finished because there's so many different colors that I use for it, but I'll see if I can get one. Alrighty. So that's my hauler. So kind of stepping away from the green and a little more blue in there as well. And then this is the Kill Team colors. See if we can bring them a bit closer. We're gonna lose light though because the light doesn't cross over, refocus. It's probably as good as it's gonna get. And then speaking of Lord of Contagion, there he is. Yeah, that's my boy. But yeah, and then so the Kill Team is, so the way I kind of have different styles in those same colors is all the regular Death Guard Marines are more blue with a little bit of cream, and then all of the Terminators are more cream with a little bit of blue, and then the Kill Team is more cream with a little bit of blue for just the regular sort of Death Guard Marine units. That way I can easily tell them apart if I need to like pick out bits and pieces for different games. Yeah, because I'm pretty terrible at remembering lore, and I was just like, well, my Death Guard are going to be Ultramarines that turned, so it's a slightly turned blue with a lot of cream, becoming that sort of like creamy, gungy colour, as they turn. So it's probably not even close to lore accurate, but that was the thought anyway. And that's nothing against the green, but just to do something different, you know? Yeah, lore is definitely subjective. But excited to see what other chaos stuff they bring out, because I did a couple of nights that I tried to paint in old Dusk Raiders colors. Okay. As in like Imperial Night, Chaos Knights. Oh yeah, so greys and reds. Pre-Heresy Death Guard. Okay. Yeah, that'd be cool actually. Grey, red, and gold. Is that the color scheme I'm looking at here? Actually, you know what? I mean, zero pressure on this as well, and I hope that the link works. But if you feel like you ever want to share anything, the Discord channel is now up. It's in the about. It should be in the about section, and we do have a section for community building and community painting. So please feel free. Again, no pressure at all. It's mainly for announcements on the board game if people are interested, but felt wrong not to have a community section as well. Perfect. Thank you. I'm curious. I'm just gonna 6, 5, 4. I'm gonna make those changes. So what are we? I'm just seeing if I can add the this guy into my crusade army. have a play around, but there might just be something fun. Because it's the last game, so it doesn't really matter. Well, none of it really matters, but it'd be good to try some new units out that I don't usually get to try. For every 5 models in the unit, pagan vault. Okay. Take that and go that. Okay. Just that 10 photos, the channel, something. Okay, sweet. Let's have a look. Yeah. I really like the Typhus model. I've got Blight Hauler. Oh, there's the Unclean one. There's the new Lord of Contagion. Oh, Mortarion. I'm actually thinking of doing a video series on the Primarchs and Primarch-like leaders of each faction, or each race, each faction. Because my Mortarion's still in the box, but your one looks really good. I like the wings. The red on the wings look really cool. The purple flames as well with the green, good contrasting colors. Oh, and you've got Titan. Okay. Oh, the Titans are cool too, with like the cream paneling as well. They're such cool models, the Chaos Titans. Even the little ones, they're cool too. Oh, and you have the Kill Team models. Oh, the blue flames on that guy's sick. On your Sorcerer. Very well done. Let me do this. yeah, I struggled to find a flame color that I liked for my Death Guard. I bought the kill team before they were announced as a kill team. Yes, I did the same. I bought a whole box. So I got given one of the blind boxes for a birthday present, and it was the banner bearer, and I was like, or the icon bearer, and I was like, hell yeah, that's great, because those models alone separately can be expensive. And then I was in a random shop and they had a whole box when they were seemingly sold out, and I just picked up the whole box. And then I think probably like a year later, the kill team came out, and I made it and myself split that. So now I have 2 lots of the kill team, which is sort of good minis to fill your 10-man squads up with. And they're actually a fun kill team to play if you haven't played them as a kill team. They're fun. They're fun to play. They're annoying, but they're not OP annoying. You know, like poisoning everything and getting all the benefits of being Space Marines. It's great. Six months before the kill team, yeah. Yeah. I don't know about how well your country gets stocked, but Australia gets really railed when it comes to stock, and a lot of the times things sell out immediately. So finding a whole box of those was pretty rare. That's why I picked it up. Oh yeah, 2 plague casters, but you also have the Rhino for the plague bus. Yeah. I'm in that denial stage where I've been waiting so long to see if they do any updates to the Chaos vehicles, because obviously Marines now have all their hover tanks. So it still makes sense for Chaos to have their older vehicles, right? I'm just wondering if they'll ever just slightly upscale or make the kit, because the Rhino kit is fine, but it does have its problems, and whether they'll just slightly redesign those kits. So I haven't picked one up, but I might just have to, and just either hope that they don't, or take the chance, and if they do release a new one, then just deal with that. Oh, you know someone in New Zealand that wants to paint and play kill team? Yeah. They probably have the same problem. They're further away for deliveries from the UK, so I would assume that they are in the same boat where shipment amounts are less. But that change seems to have only really happened. It's been very noticeable in the last few years, and I think everyone's kind of just a bit over it. bought 2 Chaos Rhinos and added extra bits. Yeah, nice. Are you gonna get one of the new Defilers? Because I think they look pretty cool. Planning on it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna give it... I was thinking about putting a pre-order in, but as things are so scarce, I might just wait and then pick it up once everyone's like calmed down and, you know, rush bought their new minis, and I don't have to sit on a website at 12 o'clock and wait for the pre-order to go up, and I'll just pick it up at another time. Add to my pile. Yeah. Hey, look, if you're running in a crusade with heap of people, I mean 50 people, even if you played one a week, like for this year, you won't get 3 of them anymore. Assuming they all stick around. The other problem with hobbies these days is that people get keen, and then by the time things start up, you probably lose, maybe not half, but you'll lose a good chunk of those people. Or possibly. I don't know what the integrity of your game store is like, but it can be very common for people just to dip out. I have about 8 matches in the Crusade, 1 every 2 weeks. Okay. So is that what, 4? Yeah, no, I mean 5, so what, 10%? That's pretty good. But what was I gonna say? So between 4 and 6 months, give or take, for the Crusade. That's pretty good time frame. And definitely having them every 2 weeks gives people some time to organize those games and not feel like they've got, you know, the pressure of the world on them, as well as organizing. Should end the beginning of June. Okay. Because we've been playing our Crusade at a local game store as well. The guy that's running our one has been asked to run a store one as well, but I think they're failing to remember that he's also a uni student, or will be a uni student, and running a Crusade isn't something you can just do on a whim. So I don't know if he'll take that opportunity up. I think he'd like to, I just don't think he has the time. It's a lot to organize. Careful. How are we going? There's actually a lot more silver than I thought was going to be on here. Yes, I should know its name. Yeah, so it's the Claw Lord on Norbeast, Gnaw Beast. It was part of the Skaven Tide starter box, which was the starter for the latest edition of Age of Sigmar, but is also enough for one. It's like 1.5 of their version of Combat Patrol, which is Spearhead. So I think he's included in at least one of those spearheads, and then the other one I would need to buy, I think, a little. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're cool models. As I was saying, they're part of. He's at least part of one, if not both, of the spearheads. And is the final model to get painted. Well, none of the Skaven are actually complete apart from the 7 that I did on my first one. It was her first submission into a competition. Okay, nice. Do you know what competition that was? Like Golden Demon, or like a community one? Because I wonder. PAX Unplugged. Yes. Yes, the other thing that we don't have very much of over here is conventions. I've not been to PAX Unplugged, but I hear it is very good tabletop convention. Well, tabletop and board games. We do have a PAX in Australia, which is nice. It's just the general one, but it's also in a state that I don't live in, and flights at the moment can be very expensive. She actually plays with hers. Nice. That's really good. I've never entered any competitions in person. I did the Allspecs Tactics painting competitions, the first one I've done online. And there was some good competition in that as well. So I wasn't really expecting anything. Not that it's an excuse, but I think my photography skills at the time were not great, so didn't really show off the model that well. Alright, so I think that's most of the silver. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about entering things into competition. I do like the idea, but I don't know. I feel like there's something about it that not doing well in it would not demoralize me, but yeah, there's just something nervous about entering it in and knowing that you put in all this effort. I mean, I'm showing my painting on stream, so I don't really know really what the difference would be, but I don't know. You put a lot of effort into something, like hundreds of hours, and it's a subjective thing at the end of the day, and you've just got to go with what the judges decide. So maybe that'll be a next year thing. Look for some local competitions and do it through that, so you can actually attend and see. Oh, silver, nice. Yeah, I mean, for your first competition, getting a silver is really, really good. It also depends on the categories. I feel if there's not enough, if there's too many categories, it can be a bit diluted. But if there's not enough categories, then you don't really know, like, if the category's just 40k, will something really big be more impressive to the judges than something that's done really well but small? Like, it's hard to say. Beginner's hobbyist category. Yeah, I mean, that's where people will start. It'd be interesting to know what they consider professional though. I guess if you're selling miniatures as in painting, whether you'd have to prove that you weren't a professional, I don't know. I don't think she opens up for commissions. I've only been in one of her streams. Yeah, I feel like in this day and age, people actually appreciate the time and effort that people put into painting, and people are actually willing to pay for your time and effort. Because I actually did it at uni to make some money, and it ended up being a nightmare because I couldn't get anyone to pay at all anything worth the time and effort. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you've already got a backlog, adding other people's miniatures could just be stressful, right? You know, to want to do your own stuff but know that you've got a client on the other end of a paycheck waiting for miniatures that you might not at that time feel like you want to paint. Oh, nice. And I don't know your location to her, but was it shipped, or are you close enough to be able to pick something like that up? Because that's the other thing I would be worried about, is shipping something that I've painted and having it arrive in pieces. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I don't know her very well, but I do know someone that does commissions, and I have a feeling that they are handed over at a game store, right? So you can arrange a meeting spot and not have the model get destroyed in shipping. I don't know what happens then if you get an out of state or international client. In theory, you would just return it in the box that they sent it in, but if they also don't send it in, if they get lucky with shipping and it doesn't break but it looked like it could, then you're spending extra money on making sure that what you've done then gets back to them in a good position. So, difficult. Oh, no, fair enough. That makes sense. So, hand delivered, aka the same, within the same building. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay. You still don't want to presume. Still don't want to presume. So she playing in this crusade with you, or is that more your thing? Yeah. Yeah, nice. I think the last thing I saw her painting was some Sisters of Battle stuff. But I thought she was saying that it was for an army, but maybe it was for someone's army, or she just has enough models to make an army, but doesn't actually play. Which again is fine. I have Tyranids and I don't play them. Got her looking at models and she ran with painting all sorts. Yeah. And I think that's the thing I like about the hobby, is that she try to get her into sisters, but it didn't work out. Nah, fair enough. But that's the thing I like about the hobby, right? Is that some people will have collections of miniatures that have no army relevance at all because they just want to paint it because it looks cool. Some people will build miniatures and play the game but don't really paint them, which I know from, I know some people might get upset about versing someone who just has a grey army, but their enjoyment isn't painting, it's playing the game. And then there are people that do a little bit of everything, and then some people that just read the lore but aren't interested in purchasing the miniatures, or some people that just play the video games and aren't interested in really the lore as much either. She wants to learn Age of Sigmar. So I haven't actually played the proper Age of Sigmar game. I've only played Spearhead. And I would suggest that as a starting point, again, from someone who's only played one of the two, but Spearhead has a lot more compact rules, again, from what I understand. So I haven't played the full game. And it can be played out of the box. So you buy the Spearhead box. Excuse me. You play with that box, and your opponent plays with the models from their Spearhead box. And the app runs through all the rules. The Age of Sigmar app. It has everything. It's a lot better than the 40k one. And you just kind of go from there. She has the Skaven parts for the Skaven Tide box. Yeah, so the Skaven Tide, I'll show you on here. This will be fun. So the Skaven Tide box comes with the Spearhead, all of the Spearhead models for the Norfest Claw pack, which is one of two Skaven Spearheads. And then the other one, it comes with a majority of the models, but you would need the 3 Storm Fiends and the 1 Lightning Cannon, Warp Lightning Cannon, but you could proxy the Warp Lightning Cannon for this. Right? Because it's about the same. But the Skaven Tide's Spearhead box, you need this guy. You need a Grey Seer, which is this guy. The Engineer, which is this guy, I think. Pretty sure. The 3 Rat Ogres, which are here. Which look like that. And then 2 lots of 10 Clan Rats. And that's all in the app. And then it has all their stats Like, it actually tells you everything. Whereas the 40k one, you have to input the codex, which I have and I should do for my Death Guard, but, you know, if I wanted to play another army, I also need to subscribe because you can only have one army on the 40k one as well. So, yeah, I would recommend that Spearhead as a good starting point. Because although the rules might change a little bit between Spearhead and Age of Sigmar, they won't be too dissimilar that you can't sort of like, you'll be able to you know, increase the amount of rules with moving into Age of Sigmar from learning and playing Spearhead. But again, that's just a suggestion. If she wants to get straight into Age of Sigmar, I'm sure it will be easy enough to do that too. Yeah, the last little bit too with Spearhead as well is the setup. So the setup is just your normal standard like kill team size board. If you've got the Skaven type box, it'll come with a board that has the markers already placed on there, so you don't even have to worry about marker placement. And then it also came with 4 bits of terrain, and each person gets 2 bits, one large, one small, and you place those down, and that's the setup. There's no measurement, the only thing you need to measure is that it's not, that the terrain pieces are 6 inches out from the back end of the base or something like that. But that's it. She only wanted the rats from the box. Yeah, and that's what I did too. I bought the Skaven tied box and then gave the Stormcast to a friend because I just wanted the rats as well. They're like one of the very few armies, in my opinion, that have translated from Old World to Age of Sigmar without any changes, really. Like, there are so little changes between the models and the units. Maybe the unit sizes, but it's pretty much the same. We have a beginner's box that has a small playmat. Yeah, does the playmat have those playmats won't have the objective markers or the control points on them, but it will probably be the same size. So if you can find proxies for the control points, which are seasonal, it has 5 markers on it. Yeah, so you'll just need to work out whether because the symbols. So the Skaven tied symbols that they use for the objective markers and the newer version of Spearhead are slightly different. And the cards that you use for the game are slightly different. I assume it's going to be the Jade and Fire set as opposed to the new one. But realistically, as long as you know which point each of those points represents with either set, you can still use it. Yeah, and you'll probably find that the basics that are in those starter boxes are pretty close to the Spearhead rules. and then Spearhead will add another dimension on that, and then AOS will add another dimension on that. Same way as what I think they're going to try and do with Combat Patrol in the future is have the starter set to start you off, Combat Patrol to move you up into something more complicated, and then technically then you've got 40k on top of that, and then if you want to go further you've got Crusade on top of that as well. It's a good tactic, I think. I think all of this is done. Okay. Just gonna repaint this tail, because I think that's a different paint that I used. Alrighty, let's do my favorite part, which is dunking everything in a little wash Agrax Earthshades. Well, just the metal, but it's my speed cheat paintings technique, which is not that secret because I think most people do it anyway. So for anyone that's collecting any models that have a grungy look to them, literally Agrax Earthshades and just completely drench your models in it. It'll look perfect. Should probably shaken this up there. Hey. So if so if Lotus is collecting rats, what if you were to play Spearhead or Age of Sigma as well, what army would you be collecting? Because you said you got the starter set, so it does come with Stormcast, but that might not be your speed. I'm gonna guess Nurgle, but I could be wrong. Which is actually... It's actually good, because I think they just came out with a new Spearheads for them. So you've got, I think you've got 2 or 3 options. Although if you have, how did I know? If you have if you purchase the older one, a lot of those models carry across, or can be used in Plague Marine armies. The destruction. Wait, no, that's not what I want. I don't want the Skaven. I want Age of Sigma. Yes, that's the one. Nah, fair enough. Oh yes, I see. Tally / band summoners. But the new spearhead that they have for Nurgle, the Maggot King of Nurgle bubonic cell, is has some interesting minis in there. But they had an old one, which I can't find on their store. But that was also good. And it had a lot of like blight drones and things like that. Blight drones? Plague drones. Might be. It has a lot of demon spawn kind of stacked on top of one another. Yes. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm looking at. Yes, the Nurglings, that's what I meant. I made them characters for my Blood Bowl team. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean buying the spearhead box or either of them is basically a 2-for-1, or if you're collecting Blood Bowl as well, a kind of 3-for-1, because they all synergize together. the Plague or Nurgle kill Blood Bowl team. That's one I haven't picked up yet, but it does look interesting, and I do like the design of some of the models on there as well. So like especially the three larger guys, I think it is. I assume they're like abominations or something like that, because it would be old world stuff. But I already have way too many Blood Bowl teams that I haven't painted, so they will be for a later time, I think. Oh, nice. Yeah, good when you have a proactive store owner as well, who's, you know, actually has some passion behind the games that he's selling and or she's selling, and can get things to you quickly. I think that's very important. As I said, we just have stock shortages, so none of the stores are usually stocked, and it's usually easier just to order through them, but in a custom order, and then just wait for the order to come on their shipments than to wait for things to come in store. So it's probably what I'll be doing from now on, instead of being disappointed every time I go into a physical store. And then just going to the physical store to play the games and support them that way. And, you know, they do drinks and food, so you can support them through that too. Yeah, just give me just type out the name of the company, and I'll have a look. But I mean, we do have some good places here. It's more just they don't have the stock. You order, you make a custom order, and then they'll add that to their limited sort of restock of their shop, which is fine. But if you're kind of, I hate saying that I'm desperate for models, because that should never be the case, but you know, if you're really keen for something, and then you've got to wait another 2 weeks on top for it to actually arrive in the country because we're so far away from everything, it can be a bit frustrating. The rogue traders. I think okay. That's the site. Okay. See if they have an FAQ. And then I have to remember to convert the costs to, or is it already doing Australian? Probably not. No, because I know that those are not that cheap. But some of the new pre-order stuff's still available, which is good. So he doesn't sell out completely. Is this the same store that you're playing the Crusade in, or is this just an online store? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that in some of the pre-orders. Okay, it's saying here that it's free delivery to Australia. So which I think is crazy. The other thing is that you guys are doing all that stuff with tariffs, so it might actually end up being expensive to import, but let's just see. See if the conversion's worth it first. Don't mind me as I do some window shopping. Yeah, if the free shipping is actually correct, then things are a little cheaper by about I think with a big order that'd be really good store. Again, assuming that the shipping still remained free. Looks like I would be, so I'm just looking at like one Necromunda set, which at the cheapest place I think I can get it for is 71 AUD, and the conversion price for this would be 63.55. So what, saving like $8 or something like that? I mean, it's saying free shipping, and it comes up as it knows where I'm located, so yeah, I'll have to look into that. I mean, at the end of the day, if I put in my credit card details and then it says the shipping costs a little bit, then that's fine too. I'm also not really in a position to be buying anything at the moment, but it's always good to have options in case there's that, urgent project, or just want to pick up something different and paint that. Yeah. I mean, as I said, like, I've still got 50 rats to paint. We're slowly getting the Tyranids paint scheme down, which is going to be this very bright white and pink colour. So 60 odd Tyranids to paint. And then probably a handful of kill teams and a handful of Blood Bowl teams. And then that'll be most of the Warhammer stuff done. Black Templars still to build. A few Death Guard and a few individual, like there's just so much. Necromunda, just picked up that as well. I'd say saving for a rainy day, but we only get those in summer, and summer's almost over, so... Which I know sounds nice, and in some ways it is. But I do like sitting at home, just not doing anything and painting because you can't go out and it's raining. A big first world problem that I have. Okay. And then, speaking of rain, keep looking outside and seeing clouds, so wondering if maybe we do actually get some rain later today. Which would be fine if I didn't have washing trying to dry, but we'll see. But I'm going to finish off this red and then stop for a little bit just to have a lunch break. So I won't be too long. Most of the food's pretty much made up, but I will be doing that, and then we'll be back and finishing off the, as I said, it's kind of like the base colors, right? So the metal, the reds, and the bronze, to get ready for doing some more individual parts like all the leather straps and the fur, and then we'll actually start being able to tick off models. So we've got 7 done, and that number should hopefully start going up. Whether we get to that at the end of this stream, I'm not sure, but we will be getting close to having some finished models, I think, which will probably mean one more Sunday of painting rats, and then we'll be moving on to the Tyranids, which will hopefully be a little quicker because they use a lot of contrast paints, which I don't usually. Yeah, thank you. Which I don't usually use, the contrast paints. I have only really used shades and washes. But I think it'll be. I'm hoping it'll look good, and then with the bases for the Tyranids, I'm thinking of like an industrial theme, but with I've got a lot of pink flowers, sort of cherry blossom stems that I'll be adding to the base, but like sparingly, so that the pink doesn't detract from the actual pink of the Tyranids too much. But sort of browns and silvers to make it all feel like it's kind of part of the same colors that you would find, I mean, excluding the silver, but the same kind of colors that you'll find on the actual tree itself. So silver with rust, brown on sort of like the ground colors, which is sort of like the tree colors, and then the Tyranid being the cherry blossom in the middle, which is both disturbing and frightening. So that's the thought anyway, and we'll see how that goes. But I'm not too precious about the Tyranid either. Okay. Can I prop this guy up? Alrighty, I'm going for a quick, hopefully 5-10 minute break, and then I'll be back and we'll do some more painting. Oh, that took a little longer than I thought. But we are back. And I think it's time to do the bronze highlight. Is that a bit of a mission, picking up all the laundry that have fallen down? And did that, picked that up, started making some food, and then was about to come back and it had all fallen down again. And so I've hopefully put it on an angle with some weight so it won't do that. And we'll just see after the stream. Alright. So we've had food, sorted a few things out, and back at it again. Just got to make sure that I give myself enough time to do all the things that I need to do to prepare for the regular week, which is, unfortunately, unlike last week, I don't have any meal prep done, so we'll have to do that at some point today. And then I'll have my regular appointment to have my ass kicked at Dark Souls at some point this afternoon, probably, if I get time. And then just see if there's any more rules I can write down for the board game. Because there's you can have like a intro video for YouTube channels, and I think I want to include one that just goes over what I'm actually working towards, so that if people do stumble across this thing, they kind of know that yes, I do a bit of painting, and I do a little bit of ZBrush stuff, but it's all towards an actual project, you know? So we'll see how much we get done and probably finish. It's 1:30 now, so we'll see what we're looking like at 3, and then just see if I've got anything else to do or whether we finish up there. But that'll be a good 4 hours. And then see if it's even possible to start a little earlier for next Sunday, just to get another hour or 2 in. Because what I usually do is I'll make a whole batch of meals for work, so 5 days a week worth of meals that I can just freeze up, but I'll do that for 2 weeks, so fortnight's worth. So on the weeks that I don't have to cook, if I don't manage to get it done on Saturday, and I have to do it Sunday, at least I'm cooking 2 lots. Because it doesn't take any extra time, it's all cooked. Most of it's just cooked in the oven. The rest, like the chicken portion, is just cooked in a fry pan. So instead of 1, I cook in 2 and just cook them at the same time. But the other stuff, the vegetables and the potato, that all gets done in the oven, so it's really not that difficult. And adding an extra week's worth, I couldn't do 3 weeks. It also wouldn't taste very good after 3 weeks in the freezer. But 2 weeks is just enough, both space-wise and time-wise as well. I do like using these handles, but sometimes it's just really difficult to get in, like, underneath the model, especially the larger one. So I'll probably just use my hands. Oh, that's skin there. Okay. Pretty sure this guy's done. I mean, this guy's almost actually finished. Yeah, the handles have their place. Like this one's huge though. I do have a small one somewhere. Oh, there it is. The problem is, I think the small one is too small for these guys. Yeah. I mean, you could blue tack that on. It's a good size for like this. and you can actually get most of the way around, you know, painting that. But just due to the large nature of this, obviously anything under here is going to be hard to paint, which is fine for a round model, but if you're only able to grip on to these ones with the oval shape base, like, you know, getting under here can be difficult. So we'll just pop those over there for now. And most of this doesn't have much bronze either, so we can probably start bringing back the silver. And I know there are other companies that do them, and I could look into other handles, or like print my own, or get someone who has a filament printer to do it, because that'll probably end up being a bit stronger and less likely to break. Whereas I'm still using, well, I'm using resin for the purpose of making miniatures, so. Well, we'll come back and do that. Okay. And then, so this is the silver that we like smashed with Agrax. And then I use a very light silver, it's a Stormhost silver. And we dry brush that on the top, and it looks great. And you kind of get that industrial silver look. It doesn't have to be clean. Use it for everything. Where's my camera settings? So you still get a little bit of the darkness in the recesses, but you get like your highlights and everything all sorted. So yeah, works well, easy to do. And while we still have the skin and furs to paint, we can be a little messy. It also doesn't matter if we get any on the bronze either, because I mean silver's the starting process for bronze sort of like corroding, so it's gonna look pretty natural as well. but I will be using it's one of the technical paint colors, the copper oxidization color, to do a little bit of that as well. It's yeah, good luck in your rounds of Arc Raiders, Servant of Nurgle. I hope you get all the loots that you're after, and yeah, we'll be streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and either Saturday or Sunday. So I'll catch you around hopefully then. But enjoy your game. I have a few people that play Arc, or who have played Arc Raiders. It looks interesting. It's just one of those things that, like, yeah, I just don't know if I have the time commitment to do. It looks fun though. And I got very confused because I thought Ark was to do with dinosaurs, but it's not to do with dinosaurs at all. As I was advised, as people were purchasing and playing the game. Alright, this guy. Yes, I should think of ideas for this intro video to put the idea of, the board game that I'm working on, but I might not actually make that video until I have a playtest done, maybe? I'm not sure. Really got to get back into designing the website, because that'll definitely help out. Yes, the game at the moment that I'm sort of concentrating on, or series of games, is the Souls games, because I've always liked the idea of them. I've never been very good at them. I know this will take a while to get through them for me, but I think it's about time as the kids say, get good. So probably heard me talking about demon souls that has been beaten. All bosses, well, I'm pretty sure you have to do all bosses for that. I can't think of any that would be optional. And then hoping to do all bosses in Dark Souls as well. So I'm not following a guide as to where to go, but I do have a boss list to track and like roughly where they are in order, just so that I don't miss any, because I know that there will be some that are optional. And I'd rather them not be optional. And then we'll do 2, and then 3, and then Elden Ring. And then we'll see about doing some of the other Souls-like but good priority games, like good Souls-like games from other studios rather. So like Sekiro, which I know is still, it's an Activision, but with the help of FormSoft. Lies of P is another one that I've heard is very good, and I think I own. Or Bloodborne. That is a FormSoft game, so that'll get fitted in somewhere. Maybe after 3, do all the Dark Souls and then do that. And then there's Duskbloods coming out, which is a Switch 2 exclusive, which I don't have. And at this stage, I don't have any plans on purchasing, because I have my own opinions on the way that Nintendo's treating that console. But we'll see. Just a bit of silver left on the base as well. And then that is kind of all the main colours done for these guys too. Trying to find the silver on my palette, and it blends in with the colour of the parchment paper. So if we're getting through this, we'll do some of the wood paneling. All the silver's done on these guys. I did miss a little bit of bronze, but we'll go back and clean that up in a second. Is this the brown that I used? Huh? Yeah. I do have the right brown. I just have two instances of it, and it looked like, from here, it looked like a different shade was sitting on another desk. But that's not the case. Again, the brown for the wood is one that we will also put Agrac's earth shade on. So, let's just go through this guy first. Okay, so he's got a little bit of wood paneling here. I like how he has like the little triangle for the rats here made out of wood, where everyone else would have like a bronze or silver one. Just wants to be included in that. So I don't think he has any other wooden parts. Like these guys don't have shields or anything like that. I mean, just the leather belt. Are these all the same? Yeah, so like a little wooden shield on the belt. So a weird design choice, but I kind of get it. I don't think there'll be any more wood on these guys. Nope. And this guy. See, he's got the bronze belt cover, but there is a little bit of wood in that side. So we'll paint that. And then this guy, he doesn't have a shield, but we'll do the staff in brown. And then we'll just... I sold out the Earthshade. Dude, I've had this for ages. What are you talking about? No, I specifically on Saturday decided to go to our local game store and buy all of them. All 10. 4 from the local store and 4 from the others. 6 from the other store. You know what? Maybe if I knew, but that's a very expensive prank, to be honest. I think each of those colors is what, like $8? It's like $80 just to pull that prank. No, I've had... It's a color I use quite a lot, but they do this size, and they used to do, I think, taller ones, but I think now they've gone back to a smaller bottle. I don't know, it's really weird how they do their sizing. But it is the best of the washes, so I do use it quite a bit. And when I say quite a bit, if this is the average amount of cream that I normally have on my death guard, that all gets dunked in brown. Hey, his spear's broken. Oh, that's alright. Kind of looks interesting being a little off skew. But yeah, all the cream gets done, the bronze gets done. On the plague marines, obviously on the rats, all the wood and all the silver. So the color gets used quite a bit. I'm starting to realize that maybe I should have painted this wood part before doing all the silver, but I probably still would have had to have touched up on the dry brushed parts anyway. You doing any building or just chilling out today? It's been a bit cooler. or overcast. Oh yeah, good plan. Get some groceries. Yes, my after stream, my evening is gonna be cooking my batch meals for the week, and then I don't know. Should probably work on either the rule sets for the board game or the website, but I'll probably just end up chilling and watching some TV instead. It's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock now, so I'm going to see how I'm feeling by 3, whether I keep going, but I think it will probably we'll finish up at 3, just so that I can get some of these things done and not rush through it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I pretty much did that yesterday, though. Like, pretty much sat on the couch and watched some Scary Game Squad. Fell asleep to watching that, and then woke up and it was like, oh, I need to catch a bus. And that was pretty much my day yesterday. Well, at least the day part. I don't think this guy has any wood wooden sections on him. So I think that's it for that. Just use my rare and exclusive shade color that apparently everyone else buys out, and apply that to the wood. There used to be a color that up until recently I actually still had one of the old ones, which I think this color basically replaced, like it was when they had the name change for all their paints, called Devil and Mud, and it was a brown wash as well. And I remember that being very popular, that it sometimes was difficult to buy too, because, well, one, washes were such a new idea that everyone seemed to be using them all the time. And again, you could find yourself getting caught out and not having access to it because it would be sold out. I'm just gonna... And these guys only had a little bit too, so that's good. It always feels like I'm not getting anywhere because no models are actually getting finished. But obviously we are, and a lot of it is just because we're doing this sort of sporadic batch painting. Everything's kind of still looks the same because there are the same segments that haven't been painted on everything, if that makes sense. But we are definitely getting somewhere. I keep missing pieces. Like, I didn't paint his greaves on his arms silver at all. So I might have to go back over some of that as well. Yeah, all good. Go get your groceries. Oh. Oh. I'm just gonna put some of the green on the spearhead. Huh? Because that'll definitely be the warp stone that the Skaven use. Both, I think it makes them intelligent-ish. It's like a drug, right? I think that's how it works. And I believe it's similar to how they retconned goblins in WoW to be intelligent because they are exposed to a compound called azurite. So will there be any other green spots on this guy? Probably not. Maybe on the base. It's like a pool of liquid on the base. So we might do that green. But I'll do that separately. But these guys have green on them. I think I'm going to reset the green on these guys as well. Just so that we get a uniform color. Because I think there's like a color that sort of acts as a glow color for green. I don't know if I like that. So we'll paint all the pipe work green. So dark green to start with. And then we'll build up the shades on that. We'll let that dry, move on to this guy. This guy has like scars, but I don't see any protruding pieces on him. There's definitely a lot of metal, but a lot of metal that I missed, but no protruding pieces, and just the one tube on him. And in this guy, he does. So we might just reset that as well. Again, just for consistency's sake. just paint these crystals coming out of his shoulder. Should hopefully be better. We'll just go back over this, make sure the coverage is good. That should do. Bit of water. Alright, so what do we actually need to do? We've got all the skin tones to do on both the monster and our rat boy. We'll be working up the greens as well. Actually, that's what I was going to check. Did I just skip? Did I actually use the second green color? See if this cut turns out the same. Yeah, okay, so we did use that and then we still need to, so we'll pop a bit of that green down here and then we're going to dry brush on the sword. So something like that, and then we'll do a really bright green on top. So he can go back. And then for these guys, we probably don't need to dry brush, but we'll just give that a little bit of a touch up there with some green. Oh, this green is War Boss green. I don't know if that's a new one or an older paint. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I get more control over the color if I pick colors that I'm actually painting on instead of a technique color or technical color that kind of does what I want it to do. Perfect. And then just this guy. Yeah, this guy doesn't have any. He only has the one pipe here. All right. I guess we'll do the highlight green fans. We're just highlighting sort of just beyond halfway. So just adding a bit of gradient to the sword, and then we'll do the same on these. So he's actually coming along a little further, even though a lot of this is still the black undercoat. You're coming along a little bit more. So for this, yeah, I don't know, feel like I get more control over using that technical color that sort of supposed to brighten the greens up a little bit. what next? We could do the next lot of red. Which might be a good idea, actually. And then we'll, if we got time, we'll do all the leather parts, because that's a single color as well. Oh no, wait, that's the second. I need the third red color. And our third red color is corn red. So just making sure that it's not actually raining outside. For a second it looked like it was. We'll use this. So this we're just using on, again, like the highest parts of the cloth. Hopefully that gradient kind of shows up. Let me see if I can. Just adding a third kind of red color there. We're losing a bit of natural light. And still just keeping an eye on that window, and if I dash off it's because the rains have started and I have washing outside. So if we can just hold off for the next 20 minutes. there we go, there's a bit more sunshine. Hopefully put my mind at ease that it's not going to start pouring down with the rain. I'm going to be a bit careful with this guy because I've already done a lot of the skin, so I don't really want to have to touch that up. Oh, this guy's like a red cloth on his face too. So we'll quickly do the leathers and ropes colour, which is this scrag brown. Let's add a bit on here. So yeah, pretty much just painting anything that looks like leathers, bags, straps, ropes. and then we'll be a bit selective as to which ones we come back with either a highlight or shade with Agrax. There's also the harness on this guy as well. So we'll paint that. And we will there is a under saddle part 2. Being very careful not to paint the red that we've just done. And then we can see some of the belt on the back. keep looking for other belts and stuff on these guys, but they don't seem to have them. Like leather straps or anything like that. And the paint's already starting to dry out. Yeah, looks like these guys are just belts. No straps on the arms for like the metal parts, so that's fine. I think I remember seeing some straps on the... Oh yes, on this guy's arm guards. I'll just quickly do those. Alrighty, we actually got quite a bit done today, which is good. But it is getting on for 3. I've been doing this for 4 hours, pretty good length of time. I'll render up the full stream, pop that on YouTube. But we're kind of getting to the point now where it is just the furs to be done, which will be good. Kind of get it to that final stage, and then we can actually start adding some numbers to this 7 of 50. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Some good chats about different board games and competitions and crusades going on. So I hope you all have a good time with all your hobbies, and I'll be back on, well, tomorrow, going back and doing some ZBrush again. Alrighty, cheers. Thanks for sticking by, and I'll catch you later.